A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating, at first complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing, but think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, called it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine injustice, a child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize, immediately and with certainty, that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether their right, might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively. Receiving it, now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being, regardless of your personal goals or desires. This distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment, or I'll follow my first instinct, or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not, but they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent at all to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but Kant realized they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense. And this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason. And to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself. The test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? ... that it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both, that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will, and it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John and it's raining on a Tuesday in March and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends, deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth for yourself. This is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect. But their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones. Between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth. Even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation exactly? It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it. but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to leapt in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only two in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects, isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, "But I know what's good for them better than they do." This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons? If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century. Exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is illegal. Fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit. Maximization. That the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do. But structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions. When executives are compensated based on stock price. When competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively. The system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the 1 person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the 1 person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value, while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation. Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Cons. Ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally, you're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition, killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work, torturing one to benefit many, enslaving minorities for majority happiness, breaking promises when convenient, lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: Difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental in dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for a moral behavior. Before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations, there was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. Can you will this? Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception Kant's ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others. Because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims. I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights. I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions but not others, where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, they've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify, claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it. when the powerful respect the weak despite having no external compulsion to do so. They demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right, it only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. The only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone else, is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players, depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options you don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed, but promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one. Because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas. But he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses. Real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs. Tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices. You just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally. But moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect, dignitize despite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, It's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all, and the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural, built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators. On a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free-riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free rides, because free riding depends on others not free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, "It was okay for me to do this because of these reasons," you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. The self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own universalization. If it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when, extended, the categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding these patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question: They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. 2 principles that apply clearly in real life. The 5th strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The 6th strategy is selective empathy. Focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you, while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken. You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The 7th strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The 8th strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The 9th strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification. as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games. Redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them, claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action, but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos, law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different, something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense, but they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because to be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, Demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles, then you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always fundamentally irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses, and that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronymous factors: desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, when you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator. Each person's rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash. But in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult, conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say his ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations, even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory. All require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals? To future generations? To artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning. Even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system, the universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands remains, Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized. A colleague who views others only as competition or tools. A system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity. But the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals. Treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, immediately you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to. Advertisers, you're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations. To ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on. But the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath, the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are: autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's closer to "my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me. Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure. And something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. You see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive. And increasingly, you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself. Because in yourself, you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles. You claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship. But you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves, regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they've failed to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient, not applicable when others deserve it, but absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different, these circumstances justify violation. But every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, Acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions? If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universality, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends. Can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships. Even when the broader structure doesn't, you live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications. Can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging. You're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness, being clear about standards without being judgmental, offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope the example resonates with their own rational nature. But you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs, where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation, and sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless. but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties. But when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised, foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection for human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well. Testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it, resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question, supplemented with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic, but don't abandon its core insights. That rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. and for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final, practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universalizability, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom. Not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications, Why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do, because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires, and that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable. The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone. Doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable nature. It identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle, but the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, it wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts. But it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could. Will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself. And rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. Demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated, cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then, because rational beings are rational beings, because dignity is dignity, because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding. Truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's Right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all, what you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong, what rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally, so you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires. Through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works. How examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations. How thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that these requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Kant resolved this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. How subjective reflection produces objective knowledge. How thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps a mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic. Requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found, but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why. demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds. And in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible. That examining rational requirements reveals real truths. That thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real. That rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements. That we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding. A productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle. A reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one. Must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means. Must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy, It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, this creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself, must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means, must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality, because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase seriousness about moral obligation and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you, heavy because every interaction carries moral weight, light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means: a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others, is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed, not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen. The unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having traveled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that it works, we've seen why it works. Not just that it persists, we understand its persistence. But what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in Mares. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern: treating rational beings as mere tools. Making exceptions for yourself, you won't grant others. Claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions, they're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it, and this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains, not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is, not whether dignity deserves respect. You'll recognize that it does, but whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand. This choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly, in every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation. The categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you, but understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected, but your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature, to claim dignity while denying it to others, to demand respect while refusing to give it, to assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense, to align your behavior with what rational consistency requires, to respect in practice what you affirm in principle, to be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward, not the only reason to be moral. Should be moral because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard. Not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize. Not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest expression. The question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it.